Welcome to today's continuation of Splatoon Raiders. This is part 4 of our run, and we're fairly far along, not at the second Mythic Summit boss just yet, but it seems like we're getting closer if we take a quick look at the treasure map to see where we are. Having, gotten up to here last time with unlocking some of the islands on this bend towards the south. We will, however, probably go back to redo some earlier levels that we had seen already to pick up a couple of collectibles that we had missed along the way. Some of these open levels, for instance, don't seem to have an additional difficulty available to them yet, if they are about to get one at all. Actually, it's kind of interesting that with these crystal levels there isn't a second difficulty, but at some point we will go back to clean up some things like the compasses and the scrolls, and that'll be an opportunity perhaps to shore up some of the things that are a little bit behind, like how we've been leveling. The speed tank, for instance, is a little bit behind. We've been focusing mainly on tactics, and the power tank could probably use a bit of additional grounding as well. So some of these zones here also don't seem to have any secondary difficulty. A spicy mode, but I wonder if that's because we need to finish the second major boss in order to unlock spicy for this entire zone. In fact, I suspect that might be the case. And if that is the case, then perhaps we should save the retrace of these levels to collect the compass and the scrolls and whatever else for a little bit later. It would be nice to have the compasses, though, just to have some skill points up and running. Well, perhaps what we can do, just as a bit of a warm-up here, is start with this level here and try to look for that scroll, because we should be at an appropriate level at this point to make a crack at it on spicy. And then the other ones, maybe you can wait until slightly later. So, if we're going back here, this has quite an assortment of enemies, including the steel eel, which will sometimes take a specific weapon, but we'll probably stay on the speed tank for now and try to get that up to the 5,000 as soon as we can. And in terms of weapons, we can mess around a little bit, perhaps, after I've had a chance to take a look at some of the damage numbers. Yeah, because we've been doing decently well with the Steam Blaster, with the setup. We'll just keep the setup for now and then change things around and experiment depending on what else we pick up. Have we really played around with the Diner Dualies? Maybe not really, but we'll keep the Blaster for now. And is there anything else that we want to buy first before we proceed? I'm not sure there is. We've skilled up here appropriately. Hideout shift level 3 isn't going to come until we've taken the boss, so in that case, let's just play. And, oh, who do we bring along as the bot buddy this time? Yeah, Mantidance will be pretty good for this, I think. And yeah, Descriptivist, thank you for dropping by, however briefly. If it's a little late for you today, that's alright. We appreciate you coming by to say hello regardless. Alright, let's go back to this one and let's look for that scroll wherever it may be. And pick up some parts while we're at it. So at some point we missed an orange crate, so we do need to look out for that as we trace our way back through this as one of the standard levels. And again, we just need to get warmed up a little bit here, I think. This blaster, Aura Blaster, has surprisingly good range. And again, we'll just keep our eyes peeled for whichever chest it was that we missed. Here's the mint scrapper. Oh. Oh, there's another scrapper. We're in danger, and that gives me the emergency activation of the jump. Let's flank it. And grab whatever umbrella this is. Flower umbrella, that's new. Again, let's look around carefully in case we find what we missed. So around back over here, we see some rings that actually, I see a couple of boxes there that might not have been explored properly yet. That might have been the way, in fact. Although maybe we should take care of the super long steel eel here first. And we'll kind of catch up. Oh, actually, it's a couple of different steel eels. Many of them. Luckily, the blaster is a reasonable option. We'll have an emergency escape. Yeah, so before proceeding here to the next transition, we're going to go back and see about those crates, because that might have been what we missed. Yeah, because there is a return path here. That's important, and that is indeed going to be the orange chest that we may, after all, be looking for. Okay, so we essentially have what we came here to get, which is the one missing scroll, and then we'll just close out the rest of the level in short order. Well, that was a bit more of a sting than I started bargaining for here. Whoop. Couldn't get out of the choke point there. We got a little bit stuffed back here. What we'll do is we'll approach the stinger all the way back here using Big Man. And get back out of trouble. And we'll stock up on those eggs just in case we need Big Man charged up again. Nice thing about the abundance of enemies in the spicy stages is that you do get the showstopper power back in order relatively quickly. But anyway, we've got what we came for, so let's just close out the rest what we can. Again, the stinger has potentially been an issue there, so let's flank over there and see what we can do with it. So we don't get camped by it indefinitely. And this board is the one that Chip is talking about, so let's continue. Okay, we're pretty close to charging up Big Man. We'll need to take out the stingers at the back. For sure. There's another one too. Now Big Man is charged if necessary to get out of this position, and if we need to tidy up the rest, but I think we'll actually be alright. Probably faster not to deal with them and just take out the rest by ourselves. There we go. And we got a Flower Brella. Level 24. That'll be fun to play with. Might actually go for that, actually. Bondcraft outfits. What even was that? Oh, we haven't changed outfits today. We should probably do so. Five dungeons on spicy or harder. Yeah, that's looking nice, actually. I think we'll go with it. Got quite a lot going on here now as well, if we have any improvements we want to make. But we're kind of full up on the budget at the moment, unless we want to rotate 4 points out of something else. This was for the jump, right? So we don't want to take off the emergency activation. Might actually be worthwhile to go like this. That's a huge increase in the explosion damage. I do think that'll be worthwhile. And actually, we still have 1 point remaining. If we want to tweak anything further, I think that's alright though. And at some point we'll actually use this, but we'll leave that aside for a moment. Let's take a look at the speed on this Brella. Really beautiful Brella design here. The flower Brella, woo. That looks amazing. Where's my photo mode so I could take a picture of this flower Brella? Yeah, that's looking quite nice. Well, oop. Okay, next we should decide whether we want to push on or if we want to redo some levels on the lower difficulties to sweep up some of the rewards. What we could do, of course, is also just push the spicy difficulty right now on some of them, just to continue leveling up a little bit. Might be interesting, actually, because the open levels are pretty flexible in terms of our setup. The standard levels, rather. Yeah, it really does look like all of the spicy levels for an entire section of the game to unlock at once. That seems to be a very clear implication at the moment. I believe we missed that many compasses, though, so far. But anyway, let's just go for the standard reward on this one and see how we do with a slime and lid. And more of the steel eel. And we'll keep the speed build so we can continue to level it up a bit. So we don't need any collectibles here, we just need to get into clear on this difficulty. Yeah, the stinger is all the way over there. We need to take it out first. Umbrella, you would think is good against it, but we spent the umbrella effect a little bit too early, perhaps. And let's go for the lid here, too. We got a height advantage on it. And we'll take it down. Oh. Steelhead incoming. See, but a steel eel, we can probably just flank it with a jump. Let's get around here first. Oh. I get like this. And here's another lid. What? Yeah, it was always very fun playing umbrellas. And that remains the case here. Well, let's not back into something I can't see. And yeah, okay, we'll probably want to get Steelhead out of there for too long, but oh, that was unfortunate. The auto activation on the jump actually pulled me in, which was not what we were going for. We do a big man powered up, but I think we'll save him for the next section, whatever that may be. Oh, hang on. Danger, danger. Flank it. Then let's get the lid. There we go. That's where we came from, and this is where we shall go. Might as well hop these, not that we really need anything here anymore, but there might be loot. A 4-star explosion area up, that's looking very promising. Yeah, we're taking Big Man around to take care of a few stingers first. Does Big Man ride the jump over here? He does. So, stingers go down first, and then the rest will follow. It's a lot of steelheads, though. Caught a little bit here, but we managed. Okay, that was pretty manageable. No particular point to grab power eggs when we're finished, but we'll do it out of habit. And let's go. Went pretty smoothly. Not quite up to what we need for the speed tank yet, though, but it's getting there. Level 24 charger. We'll see. We'll find an appropriate stage for it at some point, perhaps. This was the 4-star explosion up, with what seems to be a fairly big cost reduction. Yeah, because this is a slight penalty, but it is a bit more efficient in terms of points. And then if we free up 3 points, we could significantly improve the area of effect, so that might actually be beneficial here. Oh, whoops, hang on. Revert, hang on. How did I exceed that much? Oh, because we freed up 3 points, then... Oh, because I didn't actually take either of these previously, so never mind. That actually isn't worth it, then. Let's go back to this until we have a reason to. Get that up. So, slightly lower explosion area, but freeing up 3 points, we might be able to take advantage of that. Just by putting all of this back in. Rather liking the Brawl at the moment, though. And we'll have a skill point available as well. Actually, yeah, because we've been building pretty much a full glass cannon at the moment, but we've maxed out the HP. Next thing we're doing is improving the gadget slot, so we can tinker a little bit further. With the added 2 points, because we take the damage off slightly, but then we have a significant amount of area we can increase over here. And here, what do we even do with these 2 points? I mean, we can replace one of these with next gadget damage, but I don't think the next gadget damage is necessarily going to be that helpful here, so we'll keep things as is. I mean, at some point we can actually start buying up more gadgets as well, because we... or more parts, rather, because we do have the resources to do so at this point. That's interesting, that this costs 0. Oh, okay, because it's an auto-fire. I don't know if we want to do that necessarily, where it just auto-fires on cooldown. A Scorch effect. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we can't afford to do something here. We could see, but I don't want to overspend the rare resources just yet. This thing. It makes a certain amount of sense just to develop something for the first time and fill in those extra points since we have that available. And we'll buy up everything as we go, but right now we'll bank some more until we've seen what the costs are like on whatever additional gadget we haven't actually bought up yet. Speaking of which, we can afford the jump bomb at this point, unless we're saving Flyfish for something. Might make sense just to pick it up. Okay. Not going to use it just yet, but we'll build things in for now. And we're not quite over the line for the next reward on this yet. We need one more gadget, but that's okay. And once we get the level 3 hideout ship, that should come together. So I think we stay on speed until we've got it leveled up, just to make sure we have it powered up properly. And I think we'll just keep the current setup as is. Let's remember to plug in the new thing we added here. Unless, of course, we want to free up another 3 points to move that one to the next level as well, which maybe we will. But no, let's leave it as is. And mess with it later. Okay, at this point, since I think we'd rather go back for collectibles on Spicy unless we really feel like we're lacking the skill points from the compass levels, we will probably proceed. We might want to take a look at one of the dens, perhaps. See how it goes. Yeah, because, I mean, we are at an appropriate level to do it, so let's just try it. Spiggity den. Yeah, so we're going to have the big stack stinger right away over here. That's a whole lot of stingers. But luckily, I think we're able to deal with much of that. I am in danger. Let's watch out. Oh, and got me just in time. Rather, I was flanked by another one. Yeah, this is rather dense. We do have Big Man's ability available, which we should in fact use, because it does allow me to approach the stingers, which is rather necessary here. Oh, didn't approach that top section in time, unfortunately. You'd think with Umbrella I'd be a little more successful here. And actually, no, I'm running out of time anyway. It's actually close. Maybe the setup doesn't quite get me over the line for it. We might want to try a different gadget for it. But at the same time, it's very much the point to try to level this one up. So yeah, we probably could have used the umbrella more effectively there. We're pretty close, but defensively had a couple of issues. I think because of the area of effect that we want for those, we actually go blaster, even though this is a few levels down. We were within a few seconds of it last time, though, so it is very much doable. Yeah, I think it's going to work out a lot better here. Blaster. And this way, whoop. Okay, whoop. And there goes the first splat over here, and take this out. Finally. I need to bait some of them up. Oh, can't see a thing. They just snipe you like crazy. Yeah, we absolutely need to get Big Man up and running in this moment here, if we can. There we go. Much better. Let's just charge in. Look at everything we can. Unfortunately, I'm out of position for some of this. Yikes. Gain some height. Run if we can. I am on the last life, so let's be cautious here. Power egg's full. There we go. 3 seconds remain. Oh, we got it. Tough one, but over the line. Still not at the 50k for speed tanks. We'll get there. More info in the weapon guide. How much info are we talking about? Let's find out. Not enough for next collectibles, so 2 more weapons till we get there for the 5k that we're not really even spending at the moment. We'll save up for the highest tier once we clear the second major boss. Okay, at this point, buried ruins 25. Do we dare? I think maybe we hold off on those for just a moment until we've progressed slightly further. But we'll take on this den with the standard level 20. I think that makes sense as the next destination. Let's switch back to the umbrella. Actually, we might play around with the splatter shot here. Looks like it's going to take a lot of things down quickly, and you can see how we deal with it. Any change that we want in power? Not yet. Eventually we might want to take advantage of the power egg synergy, but we'll stay with this for the moment. Oops. Okay. Yeah, just need to make sure they don't buff everything up around them too quickly. Oh, taking too much damage here, and that's unfortunately going to be a hit. Yeah, I have to be careful with that. I can't just wander straight into a cloud. Wandering lonely as a cloud. Oh. I got straight into the buff zone here. That's not great. Should have escaped. Let's get Big Man up and running. That'll be helpful if we can get a little bit of power on him. There we go. In fact, that's going to get us nearly over the line. We just need Big Man to collect the last spot there, and that's it. A little bit rough. Oh, we got it. Takes care of the speed tank. And we'll also improve our big man bond by the looks of it. And he's going to teach us a song. Sometimes. You heard a song from a collab partner on a recent video upload. Wouldn't happen to be his work with the Squid Sisters. Because we know there's a bit of a backstory that he's been working with the Squid Sisters under the identity of Ian BGM and doesn't want the rest of Deep Cut to know. This must be what this is about. Yeah, because Shiver and Fry don't want him to go independent. A Dream Streamer. As for the tank, let's power it up. Go for that tank torrent. Yeah, all of the abilities are just activated by swimming for a decent amount of time. We should maybe continue to level these. Although we'll pull out the Ultra Tactical again for special occasions. Given that that's been our main setup of sorts. As for what we were doing next. Do we have anything to improve this with? Let's just stay with it for the time being. Unless we want to go back to power for some reason, but... yeah, because the thing about speed is that you can get tactical as the sub, which is something to be fitting our playstyle. There will, however, be another den. Oh, we might as well see it. And just keeping the current setup, because we can. Unless we really run into trouble. Or stingers. They're gonna come out and snipe you. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, so we just need to survive until we can reach that stinger. That seems to be the point, that we speed our way through. Actually, this makes speed tank perhaps particularly useful if we finally take advantage of some of the movement we get off of it. Yeah, it is a very unique den design. It'll be interesting to see just how we do in the spicy version, but oh. Here we go. Oh, wait, failed. It was right there. But we didn't get the eggs, so that's why. We needed to do maybe one additional jump at the beginning, but we'll redo. Okay. Yeah, time is of the essence, so we'll use the jump on cooldown where we can and try to get some skips. A number of possibilities for skips here and there that we've taken advantage of. Actually, hitting those is not beneficial, or is that? Okay, nor is that. Getting a bit sloppy here. This will probably not be the run, given how badly we love that and that. Yeah, because we have the speed debuff from danger, so this is actually quite a bit worse than the previous run, just from all the additional risks we were taking. We could have used Big Man to a greater effect as well, I think. Yeah, way behind. We were just about a second off last time. And didn't really need to vary things up that much. The other thing we could do too is relic powers. And put something on speed. Yeah, interesting design, this one. And we don't want to hit the boost pads, basically, because that does slow you down. Doing a lot better this time, I think. Seconds on this spot. Here we go. We'll look at the scrolls in a bit. I mean, Big Man wants to see my new scroll about Big Man, no doubt. But we'll switch this back for a moment. And sure, we might as well see what's going on. New scroll, yeah, we can see what's going on here. And we have the continuation of Ichabod's correspondence. Oh, angelfish. Though I know not where you are, I believe with all my heart that the sea will carry my love back to you. Just out of curiosity, though, did you change your number? More environmental clues about the Salmonid civilization, as well as a note from whoever made the map. As for the supports, yeah, this is his own independent video channel over here that Shiver and Fry not discovered algorithmically, or so we think. Like and subscribe. And okay, let's see what's next. The crater over here, back to summon at level 20. And well, we might as well take a peek. Still keeping the current setup. I mean, we might as well, for support reasons, switch off of Big Man for a bit and give the other two a chance for once. Big Man has been pretty situationally useful for doing things like chasing down stingers lately, and that's why we've liked to run him. But for now, I think we just proceed. Back to more standard linear level ones after many other diversions. Okay, steel eel down there. We'll do something with it in a moment. It is going to come up though. Anything? Nope, not really. With more open levels like this, where we have a long line of sight, and actually maybe a beneficial plate charger. Oh, did I totally miss? There we go. Oh, I launched myself at something. Okay. Oh, I hit these, yeah. So I really didn't need to use the jump that we have. The boost boots, or whatever they are. Okay, whoop. Stinger's a bit of a problem here. Let's get out and approach it. Yeah, it seems that very often we do have to just rush down the stingers and to make them manageable. Okay, let's look around in case we've missed collectibles. And what's down here? This is interesting. That's, oh, it's Moz. And I have to remember, we don't just hit R instinctively as soon as we see it. Old salmon run habit here, that we see one of those circles, we drop a bomb. However, we don't have a bomb, so that's not the way. There is something up there. We'll go up and take a look before we come down. Let's get the compass first. Actually, right first or up first? Let's go up first. Whichever gets us everything in the end. Can we actually go back out of here? Well, yeah, what's our path forward? Well, we'll do everything. Oh. There we go. So we don't want to jump down and proceed here yet. We want to go back to the other path then, because it looks like this might be the main route rather than the side road. Or is it? Because this lets you see what's over there, but it doesn't actually let you proceed. So actually, no, this is the only way to go, because there isn't some kind of big shortcut path over to that side. We are supposed to loop around. Be very careful with those crates too, so you didn't drop straight through. So yeah, I see how this was set up, that it's meant to bait you with the steel eels to going to this side instead. Then you have to get out of the trap and play around them, but that's what the big man jump is for, even if you don't have the speed tank to give you an easy escape. Anyway, there's one scroll. And let's have a bit of a dig. So I have lots of mods here. We'll have to keep that in mind and make sure we get a good position to attack into it. Or we could also just use fry. And drop some eels everywhere. Whoa, got chomped. Back out. Here we are. It looks like that's all there is to it. Oh, nope, there's more. Make sure we get out of here for a moment. And get around a steel eel when we're able. And we'll drop towards it when the opportunity arises. Okay, I don't think there's anything else we missed. Let's pop this. I guess it's another level for some additional gadget points. Oh, look at that. We put these together for an Eclipse shield. Value up. Kind of reminds me of putting the gems in a stein in Resident Evil 4. Now, important stuff. Yeah, we'll obviously do the compass level for the additional point. And that's getting into the zone boss. Great. We were pretty close to approaching it last time then. We'll obviously, well, settle the result ourselves perhaps, but do the compass level first as well, so. Oh, okay, so we're kind of locked into bringing Fry. That kind of makes sense given that Shiver was necessary for the first boss. We'll deal with that in a moment, though. First things first, let's grab some additional points and... yeah, starting to cap this out a little bit after the next upgrade, which we'll get after the compass level. Then we will actually have to start pumping HP for a little bit. And we'll worry about plugging in the parts later, because that's not really going to upgrade, or rather affect whatever is on the compass level, so... let's find it first. Slice and dice. That's going to be able to splash it. Entirely able to splash it. Oh. It's going to be a triple slash there the way it is built. I mean, whoops. Can we actually see how it's modified? Not really. But it is rather souped up here. Oops. And then we now learn to turn it our way, perhaps. There we go. Yeah, it is dependent on where your camera is pointing. That's a nuance that I'm glad it's teaching, because that's certainly not something I understood about the Splat yet up to this point. Whoops. Okay, have to try it again then. Yeah, we do have to get it all in a go. That's fine. Nope. We'll redo it. Not quite. We'll find a path. Maybe... Oh, we actually got it. So 6 more to the limiter. How many compasses are we missing anyway? I better take a quick peek at the map. See if it was possible to pop the limiter now instead of later. We'll take a peek. So yeah, compasses, we're missing 1 here, 2, 3. Only missing 3 compasses. Okay, so that wouldn't have got us over the line for the next limiter. It seems like it is going to be available until we've cleared the next section here, which we will do. Now, in terms of our setup, we don't exactly know what we're in for here. So this is improved. And we've got more points to tinker with now, which actually tells me I should add ink. As for this, we have 50 points available if we just add this for now. For the additional 3%, this might be the best way to go about it, or we can upgrade the cooldown again with a 5-pointer for the cooldown reduction. Maybe that's even better. Let's take a look. I mean, the freeze is not bad either, 33%. Because then you can stun whatever you land towards. But let's go for the next level of the cooldown just for now. And actually, you can do even better. Because then you just add 1 point. Kind of we should keep improving these, because then we might be able to get one that is sort of an exact fit for what we try to optimize for. Like this one, for instance, 15% reduction. On a 6-pointer, I think we will be able to afford that. even better. But then we're starting to deplete resources quite a bit at this point, so let's go with improving this up to the 6. And yeah, when we have a few slots available for something that we don't have a better idea for, that seems to be a good way to handle it. So now on a boss, we don't exactly know what we're dealing with. I think probably Splattershot is something we want to stick with, just as the most versatile option. Likely it's something that, again, requires Fry's power to bring down and open a weak point, so we'll stick with this for the moment. And go to the Stonovan Temple. And yeah, Fry's required for this one, so let's go. After this, hopefully we're able to afford the hideout upgrades right away. Are those brick ovens? It is Trattoria Island. And what is this? I guess this is the advanced smoker. Pain Course. The Pain Course. Okay, I see. So we have to get out of its way. Obviously. I mean, we have the jump available for that if needed. And then, how do we splash it? Is this a weak point? That's not a weak point. That's projecting something. This looks like a... Oh, no. Danger. Wasn't supposed to hit that. Minecart's still in one piece. Oh, okay. We hit this instead. Here we go. And we project it back. Have to mind the explosions. Boomerang gets you out of trouble there slightly. We have a good weak point to hit here. Not really. Then we paint card stats are still available. And projecting back. Okay, we splashed them to deflect them. I see. And what do we do? Can I do anything here? Focus that ball a little bit. It's pretty infinitesimal damage until we really open up its weak point, I think. Okay, that's why we keep an escape ready. Yeah, so we deflect the cards. If we can. And then chip some of that. Poke it a little bit more. Not that we really need that optimization, but... Oh, no. Wrong way. Thought I'd have the chance to stop and adjust a bit. But that happened? Okay, this is why we have a drill, but then what do we charge the power raise against? Just with the enemies coming in. Okay, that's fine. Well, that was not a good place to stand. A lot more eggs than this, though. Oop. Yeah, it's well protected at this point. We do, in fact, have to slam it with whatever Fry's going to use the eggs for. Barracks full, drill attack. And then let's bust it down. What does the drill even do here? Now's your chance. Chance to do what? Where's my good point here? Is that it, or is there something better I can hit? I mean, there was a golden part on his back. Maybe that's a weak point. In the eye. Like over here, yeah, that's maybe a more effective vulnerability. Oh, hang on. Let's flex some of this stuff. Well, not until it comes back, so I can hit it. And actually, it'll just smack into it, so that's fine. That works. In fact, we can rush it down using the bot like that. I like that we have the option to do things like that. And the Fry Showstopper might wait for the next ad phase, I think. Because that's naturally the thing that it would be best for, since everybody's just in here in a circle. So let's wait for some spawns, and then we'll see what Fry can do. Okay. Yeah, that's the natural fit for this. Anybody else? There we go. Who's next? Here we go. I mean, I don't know if that is the weak point that we're supposed to go for, but it's glowing and it does take damage, so presumably it's not completely ineffective. Whoop. Okay. More ads, but we'll take them out quickly. Check this one if we can. Getting there. Whoop. Let's get out of danger. And, okay, that'll just take care of itself. Didn't really even land an active last hit on it, but... There we are, and here's another part. And then we'll see what kind of old family melody Fry manages to dredge up from this. Seems like a structure around each member of deep cut rather, finding one of these parts and unlocking it with the appropriate song, and then it'll be something final after that. So it seems like a 4-act structure that we're headed for. Mechanic is astonished at this. Yeah, because this is another astral projector. Well, Big Man will need to find one too. And then we'll unlock some kind of treasure tower. Stuff around it is just salmoners, I think. Okay, that's it for the temple. And let's upgrade the ship if we can afford it. And look at that. Triumphant bangle. Well, long ways to go for the shard yield bonus. It seems like it might eventually stack to 120 or something. Because I guess we will get the 4th relic slot open up with the next hideout upgrade as well. Okay, upgrade first. I guess we'll grab whatever's here first. Next threshold for weapons is at 50. There's quite a lot of variations to fill in. But, oh, we could have just tapped over, but that's okay. We'll come over here and then grab hideout level 3, which we have plenty of resources for. Looks like there should be a level 4 after that as well, because we'll have the 5th relic slot open eventually. After whatever boss Big Man's song is destined for. Yeah, Big Man does kind of look like he's tipping over there. Maybe not the safest place for him to be. Okay, looking fancy. even more space to play with. Okay, let's buy and build what we can. I guess more options open up. Gadgets are probably the priority, but let's see what the costs are. And of course, there might be some enemies we haven't discovered yet that resources are locked behind. So we're gonna have tons. That's gonna cost a Spiralite gem. Let's not jump the gun on that just yet. This will be easily affordable, at least. Yeah, let's not spend the Firelight gems until we're sure. And as expected, the final addition to the arcade cabinets will cost 2022. That's what we guessed all along, given that the other two costs up to this point were aligned with the release dates of each of the Splatoon games. We probably will spend on it, but let me just check that we don't need Spiralite gems for anything else just yet. Okay, we can afford this one for sure. This one for sure. Let's take a look at these. Oh, so this is essentially the Zipcaster, the fly wire in this game. Except it also attaches to summoners, not just walls. That'll be fun. Always loved the Zipcaster in Splatoon 3. Maybe not the most practical in multiplayer, but certainly tons of fun to play with. And very memorable in the single-player campaign there as well. So yeah, Shellacker here gives you an explosion and torque screw. I see, so it gives you a defensive zone. We're taking all three. We're buying up everything. Guess we can afford it. And we like having the options. I mean, there is a final slot after that that remains mysterious here. Although there's no question mark there yet, so that might remain to be filled. Okay. And probably more parts available as well at this point, but we'll see about that. That is costly. But yeah, that gives you a piercing effect on it. And that's why we save up Spiralite gems, incidentally, because it potentially gives you quite a lot to work with. Abilities that can be activated will be activated. So basically the gadget pops everything at once. Yeah, some of this stuff is very expensive. Additional charge. Let's see what else is available. The parts do get quite a bit more expensive, which makes me think that we should have seen what the costs were here on the Meteor Mid as well. And we're still missing some enemy parts that we have not seen yet as well. But as for the torque screw, we got egg collection off of this. Yeah, that's why we don't just spend the Spiralite gems willy-nilly. Yeah, Fermentus weakens them. We should have kept that in mind at some point. But given that these highest tier gadgets start with nothing else going on, it does make sense to buy something up for them. bat. But in terms of the Spirelight gem requirements... Yeah, I mean, given the number of shards these cost, we'll really only be able to buy up one at a time. So let's make sure we do this carefully. Quite a lot, actually, even for the medium tier ones, the fourth slot. Benefits from the Firelight gems as well. So maybe we don't want to spend on that arcade cabinet right away, even though we've generally been jumping on it, but definitely we don't want to spend it on any other ship constructions just yet. Okay, at least we know what's available. And yeah, this is new. Throw gadgets. Use this gadget by throwing it without jumping. Throwing it without jumping. Oh, this allows you to just use it as a bomb then, it seems. But that's probably not that useful. Well, situationally maybe, but, you know, generally you want this thing for escapes, right? So... egg collection as well on the boomerang. That's... you know, it feels very Zelda-like in some fashion. But yeah, we won't really be able to afford more than one of the big Spirelight upgrades, so we need to be pretty careful about what we choose, if anything. Explosive shots on the shot pod, that looks great. And 2 charges on it as well. All of these look great, given how heavily we've been using it. That's situational. This one, you might not always want to use it, especially if you want to use bump balloons for flanking. So I don't think I'd go for that one necessarily. Yeah, I want to see what's available for all of these so we have a good sense. Shortens the cooldown of this gadget based on the amount you have not charged this gadget. So basically, if you do a partial charge, then you get a shorter cooldown time before the next shot. That makes sense. Yeah, more charges, but we're kind of missing Drizzlers for this, so... we'll see. If, as I suspect, that we've opened up the harder difficulties for some of the second cluster of stages, we may go back and do some of those off the outset. And yeah, splash it because you're kind of running into trouble and slashing directly in. This reduced damage is actually potentially helpful as well. We'll see what we go with, but let's see about that. Yeah, because for the time being, I think the priority probably should still be to level up all of the tanks. Purple Paradise. Very nice, but we'll stick with what we have for now. And yeah, the current splatter shot I think is still going to be fine in terms of damage. Oh, we don't have that fourth relic slot yet. How do we... oh, I see. No, because the relic powers are based on the upgrade level that we see here for the limiter, not based on the ship level, of course. We remember that. We just need to push on a little bit further when it comes to levels, and particularly the compasses that we still have yet to collect. And let's come up here to make sure we can pick up Some more bonuses. And that's it for the gadgets. Which is great, because then we have everything we need. Yeah, the check mark on it as well. So, well, let's take a look at what we're potentially getting ourselves into first. Before we press on. Yeah, because now it looks like, wow, 37. So it's a pretty big level bump, actually, to go up to some of the additional collectibles. But we could at least go for something like the level 25 here. Probably don't want to push too far beyond that for the moment. Maybe the 26 over here as well for that compass. Yeah, quite a lot opening up here. Well, we can do some of the ones in the mid-20s and push them for a bit. Particularly the ones where we need the compasses and scrolls first. And I can see how we are going to be in need of some of the Spiralight bonuses, just given the costs of some of the top-end upgrades. So here's what I think. Since we're staying with the speed tank, might be fun to play with the Flywire in lieu of the Booyarang, but you know what, let's equip this first just to see how it feels. Yeah. It's got a one cooldown to it, but can really pull you out of trouble. And it hits pretty hard upon contact. I can see why, if you're dealing with a really big crowd, why you might actually want the piercing effect if you're, for example, trying to tug your way towards a stinger or something and have to fight through a big crowd to get there. So why don't I take a look at the Flywire upgrades just to see if there's something I want to work with here. Tank ability activation. Well, this is better once you have 3 ability slots altogether. But then why would you want to do that necessarily? Yeah, no, you'd have to have a pretty clear idea of why you want to get yourself out of trouble to use this. I like the idea of the additional charge, so you pretty much have it available when you need to pull yourself across the whole level. So why don't we go Skewer first or Double Trouble first? I think, given the length of the cooldown, let me just play with this a little bit more again. Yeah, because you can really bump into the whole cluster like that. Let's save up for the time being until we've drawn a few additional parts for it, because now that we've unlocked it, we want to get some more plus for it, just drawn naturally first. So let's stay with what we have with the Booyarang for the time being, and then eventually as we fill this out, we'll get a better sense of how we want to use it. Yeah, and let's collect more Firelight before we start spending like crazy on the biggest upgrades, because that seems to be the major resource dump from this point. We're not even going to buy this yet, I don't think, because I do want to save up for the time being. But we'll eventually get up to the 4th game and give it a try. So let's explore a bit. We'll stick with Fry for the moment. And let's see what else we can do. So I think the sensible thing will be to tidy up the spicy levels that we're slightly over leveling. Let's see how we can do. And just bank up some resources in the meantime. Do we want to stay with Fry for this one? Maybe. Actually, I think I'll take Shiver. I mean, you know, for some of the close approaches, Big Man is a lot better, but... Let's go. And we'll look for the orange crate, because that's what we're missing here. Yep, and then Scrapper will be held in place while we give it a poke. Again, we have to look very carefully for the orange crate since that was missed. No sign of it here, but we will have to approach that stinger. Get up to it and then take it out first. And again, scan around very carefully for crates, just in case we did miss something. Let's see, because this top area here almost looks like it's something. Oh, it totally is. That's what we missed. It's absolutely it. Is it? Or did I just skip something? No, I think that's got to be it. I don't remember having seen this part previously. Fly fish up here. Strange though, it feels like we kind of skipped something, but we'll go backwards if necessary since we haven't done anything too irreversible, I don't think, despite all the inclines earlier. Yeah, we are pretty far along in the level, actually. I wonder if we just hit a big skip by doing that. But let's look a little further before we go across to anything we can't reverse from. There are some crates over there. We've been there before, though. That's all familiar. Let's go back for a moment. See what we missed. Oh, here it is. Tucked in the corner. Okay, that's all we needed. So let's finish the rest. Yeah, we do have a way to jump super high. Get back here. Oh yeah, and it's back to that end. I remember that because we needlessly took a dive here the last time. Got a big stack stinger coming up. Shiver is almost completely charged up. We'll see if we can play that accordingly. Oh, fly fish is dropping everything on us here. That's what Big Man might have been better for this circumstance, but that's okay. We'll take this out first. And there we go. Steelhead should probably go. Flyfish should go next, actually. More flyfish. And that also got taken down. Let's just clean up around here. But we don't need any of this at this point. We can just drill until you get your fill. And we get some for the flywire. That's exactly what we're looking for. That we want to draw a good stash of improvements before we buy into too many. Okay, that went well. Yeah, level 34 might be a bit much for us to press. I mean, I don't exactly know how seriously to take the level scaling, but let's take it seriously until we've seen a reason not to. Tater rocks over here. Given the nature of the enemies here, I actually kind of want to run a charger because we haven't done so in a while, just to play around a little bit. Although we've got this huge blaster here as well that's available, but yeah, let's play around to the charger for once. And then continue some improvements where we can. I think we'll just keep this one as is for the moment. And also this one as well, unless we want to adjust a point here for the damage surge. So, you know, tinker with the cooldown just a moment and then go for the damage upon landing instead. Yeah, we'll improve a lot of these as we go as well. But that'll again be much better once we get the third slot opened up. Let's get a sense of the charge speed on this here. Is pretty good actually. Range is maybe not as good as I hoped for. Yeah, it's surprisingly kind of short range for a charger weapon, but what about the standard shot here? What are we looking at? Yeah, it's going to be just punch. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, this is one of the really open levels with the crystal mining as well, so we'll have to look around carefully for that compass and maybe circling around us for quite some time. see us. Oh, come on. There we go. Take him at range. Let's head down here. Yeah, the range isn't great on this, actually. I'm expecting more from charges. Maybe I'm just not gauging distance well or something. We'll be good against Steelhead at least. Whoa. Good boy, don't do that to ourselves first. Come on, Steelhead, get up here. Not quite. But we got it, eventually. Another one coming. Maybe going Charger with Shiver is a little bit redundant in that they're both for long-range clearance. But we'll roll with it. Again, we have to keep our eyes peeled for a crate. It gives us a compass, a blue crate, if we can find one. But we'll explore at a stage until we do. Okay. We are. Oh, that's not where we wanted to go. Actually, the emergency activation got me into trouble here. Because it jumped directly towards the enemy. We're trying to get away. Come on. Now we can approach over here. Oh. Have to remember that finding the blue crate is a priority and the reason that we're playing. Okay, steal an eel. I don't know if we'll get into a very good position. That one here, but we'll flank here a bit and we'll scrap out of the way first. That was kind of a miss, but come on. Boomerang should take the rest. There we go. And looks like there'll be some kind of bonus objective or modifier here on Jumping Chum. Oh, danger. Oh. Just needed to jump the lines there. Shouldn't have been too much of a problem. Yeah, Charger might be a bit sluggish for I'm trying to play this, but we'll make it work. In a bit of a risky situation here with only one life remaining already when we're not even at quota. The basic quota. Oh, there's the compass crate we're looking for. That's what we want. We'll probably need to float down there with Big Man or go over here. Okay, that worked out. Well, it took a bit more punishment than I was expecting. Get that smoker out of the way. Let's just clear space with Shiver here before we have too many problems. Oh, hang on. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't use the emergency jump because it's actually getting me into positional issues sometimes that are slightly beyond my control. Where I get launched into a crowd if I'm not pointing correctly out of unexpected damage. Charger is fantastic against slamming lid though, as usual. Especially with the kind of positional flexibility you get in an open level like this. We have a big stack stinger coming. We need to be alert to that. Or we could go for this objective first, since it's a little bit more approachable, perhaps. Okay, still more to come. That's fine. Gotta get that stinger out of the way, though. Let's get over here. Spotlight gem, very nice. Let's try to get a better position. Yeah, again, not really impressed with the range on this charger. We can at least take out the lids pretty safely. The new perfume squelcher coming for long-range purposes. I feel like this charger is basically playing at squelcher range, almost. Anyway, we're not quite at the threshold yet, and I think we'll take the risk of trying to go up to the full ×2 anyway, since we want this firelight, and we're coming to this with the appropriate level of greed. And we'll launch ourselves up. There was the big stack area that we hadn't touched yet either. Yeah, so here you would need to jump over... I don't know if we want to do that float right now, actually. That seems a little risky. Considering I'm on 1 life, I don't want to take a drop. However, big stack is going to be here. Let's clear some space. Wow, that's a lot of stinging. That's going to be risky. Let's maybe get out of here for a moment. Oh, the stingers are trouble here. And that is a lot of stinging. let's just get out of here. Let's try to get away a bit. Boomerang is going to be pretty useful here. We can just get it down and just zone these out a little at a time. Managed to survive that one. That was awfully close. We're taking a risk of taking it all the way to the 10k in power eggs. I think we are. Olive oil squelcher. Whoa, that's our first 5-star weapon, I think. First one we've drawn in the game. Looking forward to seeing what the stats are like on that. Especially considering that I just love playing squelchers generally. That's likely to be a pretty good fit. Okay, that's the smoker area. Let's be careful. We don't buff absolutely everything up. Oh, come on. Missed everything here. Fly fish are a bit of a problem at the moment. Let's just get away for a bit. Can't even see where the fly fish are. They're going to dump on me over here. Let's get some of this stuff out. Where's the fly fish? Here it is. Just one moment. Be right back. Okay, pardon the interruption. Let's continue. Oh, and I just noticed here on the pause screen that in the bottom left corner it actually does track the collectibles as well when it comes to the compasses and scrolls. For some reason, we've played the entire game without realizing that. Possibly because I never paused. Okay, let's keep on going. Just not get hit by the bombs. We probably don't want to approach this stinger area if it does respawn, but other battle should be okay. Steel eel, for instance, I think we can handle. What? Oh. Let's just project this. Take away the stinger over there. Got some moths over here, but I think we'll be able to deal with it. Oh yeah, they despawn when you're out of range of the zone. Okay, and then they come back out of the pot. I got some stingers going. We've got to be careful with that. We might want to back out until we can get a cleaner approach. One or two more nodes should do it, I think. Yeah, there's a bounce on the enhanced steelhead. We need to watch out for that. Oh, and it just disappeared on me. Okay. Out of range. More is coming though. Yeah, we'll tidy up the rest. Do one more point. Watch the bombs. Whoop. So watch the bombs. We need to watch out for the fly fish now too. Yeah, I guess sometimes we don't like the draw of the enemies that we get. We can actually come back and just load some different ones. Oh, we got a bonus objective over here, which we'll take for the extra materials. Wow, that was close. Got it too close. We're better. Get out of here. Okay, that's almost capping us out. So close. Well, this last one should do it. Last cluster over here. Almost. Almost. Missing just this last one. Here we go. Okay, let's close out. Other gadget cooldown. And a high level one at that. We're not going to bother with the last one there. Let's just finish it. Some decent income off of that. And a pretty significant gain on the speed tank as well, getting about 10k just off that alone. Plus the compass that we were looking for. And yeah, look at this thing. It's our first 4-star weapon. I said 5-star earlier. No, it goes up to 4 here. We have a Squelcher with an 870. And a couple of perks on it. I wonder how you can see the details. Ah, there we go. Riot, and it's got a couple of debuff effects. Low percentage, but it's a high rate of fire, so... I think we will probably work with it. And we'll play with this Squelcher a little bit. That looks like a pretty significant buff. But we'll see about that compass stage first, so we can stack a few more points over here. Finally, for the first time, we're going to upgrade HP in this game. Because we have to. Looks like this is Splatoonites. Let's see it. Yeah, long cooldown. I know we need to watch out for that. Push through everything. Yeah, the thing about Splatoon is it does actually defend you from the stingers. Oh, they're good against stingers. Didn't realize they were that good, actually. And they even flank the scrappers. Very nice. See, that's why they put in these sample stages, so you get a sense of what you're missing. And you're not taking full advantage of the tools available to you. Pretty simple. And what do we have here? Okay. Let's script them on the outside, make sure we get everything down on cooldown. Just don't let them approach. Oh, what's next? I hope we'll continue clearing more of the lower level stages. Possibly some of the dens. Although the scrapper den, that can get a little bit crowded. I mean, I guess we just did learn how to use splatterlights for situations like that. Well, we could do for something a little more close quarters here. For the cache. These are maybe less urgent, just given that ultimately we want to check off more collectibles. Oh, yeah, what was that weapon that we just picked up? The Squelcher. There's this Squelcher, there's also this one. That has the Lifesaver. This one that has the additional damage effects. Just gradually filling in. Yeah, maybe we actually take off the emergency. Just improve the cooldown instead. Well, it depends on what we're doing. Like, we're planning to do something like the buried ruins here. Just thinking about who to take. I think we stand Shiver for this, actually. And let's give it a try. Squatcher's doing really well, actually. Fine, let's get out. Whoop. Didn't even see what caught me there. I guess we're surrounded by steelheads, so there's bound to be a bit of an issue. Oh, that was unfortunate. Got a danger here. Okay, bad start. We'll probably have timer issues even if we do survive a little longer. You would think that Squelcher would have been better against the steelheads here, just in terms of, you know, we're popping quickly. Oh. Maybe rethink that a bit. We might even want to go for the other tank. This one, so we can get out of trouble with meteors and such. Or even that Splatolite. Yeah, because maybe we just go Splatolites as our main form of zone clearance here, and then we'll maybe eventually collect something for a Schlacker. Splatchet can use some improvements. We'll play around with this a bit. We even have some room to put something else on a meteor. In fact, given that I'm using this across multiple builds, perhaps, including on the tactical tank, perhaps we should buy something for it to fill in the remaining 9 points. Let's take a look. That gets you out of trouble. I don't know if we want to go for something that expensive, but let's see about these. I mean, yeah, definitely we can put a cooldown here. That's not expensive. And just find something that'll be easily optimized. Okay, not enough mods to get this one. We have, what, 6 points available? We could do a freeze and maybe a cooldown reduction with that. This one here to repeat is tempting, but it does burn through a lot of our existing resources. Yeah, little on fly fish for this. Oh, we had something like 9 points available. We could have just stopped at one of these other ones, maybe. That's okay. In fact, that should get us enough parts to... Well, first of all, grab this. The way of salting, I guess that's how they've been improving their civilization. Okay, let's play around a little bit, because when we do this, we can actually do a cooldown reduction 10% over here. Wonder if we want the emergency activation? Maybe we do. We'll go with this for now, though. Unless we want to... No, that's too much of a reduction. Yeah, let's try it this time. Splatoon and Meteor is how we're doing this. Yeah, Squelcher for longer range, Splatoon for short range might work out. And just try to go for the steelheads right away, just to get them out of the way. It's going a lot better. Oh. We might as well just always have splatter lights up and cooldown. There's no reason not to. Bank though, let's be careful here. It's working out quite well, in fact. Oh. Just get rid of this. Yeah, that was emergency activation. That's fine, we'll take it. I mean, there are some circumstances where we don't want that, especially against, say, maybe Steel Eel, but that worked out pretty cleanly. Okay, how to watch out for stingers. I didn't even charge up right away, actually. Just to get things going here. That Steel Eel we were talking about. Jump out of this. Not jump, save this there. Pretty substantial improvement, actually, with this build. Main thing is that we don't have any emergency abilities available, but we'll see what we can do. Oh, danger. That's fine. We might be okay in terms of time, so. Really need to get his stingers out of the way, though. And the steel hits. Okay, stinger has to go. Here we go. Overcharge. Oh yeah, because this was the weapon that you charge up for the big boost. Kind of like a Trizuka in terms of the effect. I rather like this Splatolites idea we're going with, actually. We might stick with it for a few runs just to see what happens. Look at that. This is a whole new zoom level that we didn't have available previously as we circle around and almost certainly do the last third over here and then approach the tower in the center when Big Man's third is out of the way. So there's going to be a bit of steel eel to deal with here. I wonder if we should go with a similar build on it. Or go for some of the other dens first, actually. I don't know if Meteor will work well with this, but Splatolites should. So why don't we give that a try? Splat chip might be better for this, actually, because it would penetrate the shields a bit as well. Whoop. The emergency landing and a freeze together actually work out quite well for this one. Whoop. A bit of a tight spacing here. Totally got trapped. However, this is a shipping situation for sure. And just bust everything down. Oh wow, that just solved the whole problem basically. Except -1. Yeah, completely solved by Shiver. Shiny Prism. Or level 30. Now there's another one that's what Steel Eel next. I'm thinking that might not be. That's good for Meteor Mid, despite how heavily we're building into it. Yeah, okay, so there's a bit of a partial charge that you can do, but a fuller charge as well. That's going to be a little too slow for Steel Eel as well, I think. We're going power with it, but... Interesting, though. What do we have? A full 2-ring charge here. Let's see what happens. Interesting, but probably not what we need yet. Yeah, the thing about Steel Eel is that you might need a bit more in terms of mobility. As much as I'm trying to level these up, I think we might actually want to go back to tactical. Well, we could try it with the Meteor, but the positioning doesn't tend to be great. I guess it lets you get the emergency escape if we do take it. Don't know if Squelcher will be the best here. I guess we can, you know, kind of flank them in outrange. We'll try it. Or we can try this one first. Might be a better fit. Oh, this one's bad. Need more ink going here. Yeah, Shiver is actually great for these dens where everything's clustered together and can't necessarily reach for all the shielding. Also another skill point we hadn't used here yet. I don't know if this will work well against steel eel, but we can give it a try. Yeah, for steel eel, I think we might actually want something more movement oriented, perhaps, but we'll try it like this first. Just kind of sneak around like this. Yeah, sneak around them. The spider lights actually does ease up on the positioning a little bit in terms of being able to chase and tuck yourself around corners. Except, yeah, you don't want to get trapped. That's the issue there with Meteor. Not really the best option here. Also can't see where I'm going sometimes. As long as we contain the eel situation, and as long as we don't get completely crowded by them. And actually go squelch around some room. Oh, no, got slowed down, and unfortunately getting slowed down just causes all kinds of trouble. However, this might be a shiver problem. Oh, just a little slow, I think. Just a tiny bit slow because of the deaths. It's doable that way. But let's replace Meteor. Spin wheel might not be bad here. We actually have more points I can fit in with it as well. Yeah, too slow for Steel Eel. Let's go Spin Wheel. Splatjet might be able to push through some things as well, but Spin Wheel can clear some space. We'll go Squelcher. It's pretty good for it, sneaking around Steel Eels and trying to snipe their tails from the side. I'm going to sneak around to each one. Just get behind them. Working out quite well, actually. don't think we catch any bit of Shiver this time, though. Got it. Almost. One more. Yeah, but where's the treasure? Here it is. Yeah. Kind of tempting to see what happens when we try to take on this 34. Kind of under level for it, but it is a level that's a bit of an open zone, which might give us a bit more flexibility there. If anything, we should go for the open mining level first, though. Or these ruins, just to level up a little bit further. Let's go back to the meteor for a moment. Oh, except this is going to be another Stelia one. Actually, never mind that. Let's go to Steel Eel at the end. No, that's still going to be a problem. Let's go splash it with it. Okay, let's go with that and see how we do. Nope, just trying to get out of danger, a little bit too slow. Confuse myself slightly with some of the button sounds here, but we'll get it going and go. Haven't had to activate Shiver just yet, but I think we'll do so now. Get out. Gotta heal up. Very close. Nope, got knocked down. It's kind of unfortunate. We're getting close though. Chase him down. Gotta go. And look at that, getting some more level 27s here. A big slosher to work with and some dualies. We'll play with those a little bit. Got an even bigger squelcher here. Yeah, dualies with a freeze chance on them. Okay, I think at this point we've followed the level curve a little bit and just continue. Although we can try hard mode of the first boss. Because that's readily available. Let's see about that actually if we... On that one we might actually still want to go Squelcher here. Back to the setup that we had before maybe, but we'll see what else we could add. With a speed tag, what was our setup here? Still with the... But we're going to jump for escapes. Let's go power. And following the level curve, let's attempt it. Was that? It is. Okay, let's see Flappetizer again. And escape. Just make sure we get some height every now and then too. Poke. Get out of danger. Whoops. Never mind. Yeah, the emergency activation there didn't get me very far. Have to mine all the bombs. That's one new thing. Deal here. Well, no time limit on this. We can chip down slowly. Once we're cautious. Oh, danger. Get out of danger if we can. There we go, almost. Nope, couldn't get out. No, we haven't really done much of anything on this fight yet then. Yeah, a little bit lacking in escapes. Hope was trying to grab that roller before we failed, but we failed. Actually, we got a roller anyway, so... Pretty big inking on the go score there. Might actually go with it. Just so we can get in and out. We haven't really been playing roller at all over this game just yet. Got a good ink consumption reduction on it too. We might want to go with something else here. Maybe even finally get a handle on the flywire. We'd want to clear space though. From time to time, let's just leave it as is. And give it a try. Pretty big wind-up time on the roller here. We do need to watch out for that. But the damage output is quite good for clearing. Yeah, just a long charge time we need to watch out for. Yeah, the movement isn't terribly strong here, but
Please push through and clear space. That'll be beneficial in its own right. Give it even just one shot to costs. Yeah, movement speed's not great on it, but always have an escape available and boomerang as well. Much better effort at getting out of trouble, at least. Now, how do we actually try to trigger the power egg phase? I'm not exactly sure. There's a faster way to get to it. We're staying out of danger a lot better with this. Not sure we'd need to do a certain amount of damage directly first before we get the power egg interaction up and running. We haven't been offered it yet. We do have Surest Power, but we might want to save it for the egg farming phase. Yeah, so now it's asking you to charge the eggs. Just won't use Shiver's power. Oh, got into some trouble over here. Get out of danger. Nope, couldn't. Getting further than last attempt at least, just got a bit of a slow start. No, just got completely caught by the big shot. Maybe we should switch to something I can actually play. Yeah, the roll is great, just a little bit slow. And we got to bond up with Shiver at least. Yeah. I wonder if we can just talk to Big Man to change the custom music. We'll find out. Yeah, we'll definitely play around with the roller a bit more at a later point. Maybe not for this stage, though. We need something a bit more immediately effective. Back to the olive oil, I suppose. There are higher damage options available, but I do like the weakening effects on it. Boomerang might not be the most effective here. Let's actually go back to Ultra Tactical, in spite of the fact that we're not going to be leveling much with it. And we haven't improved these in a while, so let's actually buff everything up a little bit. Corkscrew would be really good here. We just haven't improved it with anything yet. Maybe we should. Just as a form of defense. Can we use as many of these as we want? Or, okay, you can only equip one of them. It even make more sense to go Splatterlights without it. No, we'll keep it as is. We probably still want to recover from danger faster, though, despite the risky reward. However, the danger burst might be interesting. I mean, we're getting in danger often enough that maybe we can do that. We do have to stay with Shiver for this one, so. Now, do we actually want to go Squelcher? Yeah, we do. We'll stick with it. Okay, Flabbertizer. The thing about Squelcher is that you can actually reach Flabbertizer directly and get some more damage down, because that was something that we were not really able to get done with the roller. Just more direct damage to maybe do a phase change on it, if it is what is activating it. Also, let's not forget the turret, but we can use the turrets as the bomb, of course. That's something that we should always remember. And then, yeah, Squelcher is great because it lets you take out the wind from a distance. You can just do direct damage on Appetizer the whole time, in fact. Much of it, and then defend yourself with a bomb from time to time. Clear some space. going way better. Back in our tactical tank comfort zone for the first time today, really. Tactical tank and squelcher comfort zone. Let's mine a steel eel here. Whoa, that was a bit of a problem. Yeah, that's... No, I just could not get it down. Long line eel. Might have been able to turret out of that. Almost there. Whoa, danger, danger. Close, but still with a couple of problems. We are in danger, but we'll get the drill attack down, and then there we go. There's a chance. Where's my chance? There we go. Got it most of the way down, but we're still going to be in trouble with only one last life remaining. Yeah, I need more uptime out of turrets, actually. That's something that we can be doing much better here. Stinger's got to go down now. Or lose the rest of run to it or something. We do have Shiver's power charged up. I am trying to save it for the egg farming phase, which actually this is the egg farming phase, so what if we doing just sitting on this? And we can actually do something with it now. Stinger out. Okay, we can survive the next round, and we're in good shape. Yeah, too bad we lost so many lives already, because we would have been fine otherwise. You do need to pressure boss directly a little bit, though. You can't just level forever, like we did with the roller earlier on. Danger. Get out, get out. Here we go. Didn't get to level up any tanks, of course, but at least we took down the boss. And then we don't need to remember the cutscene. I don't think that. Give the Shivers song again, of course, but we've seen the scene, so back we go. Gives you significant experience. Yeah, for serious business, we bring back the tactical tank. It's got scrapped, but got more firelight for crafting. Amazing how quickly HP upgrades will come in. Okay, at this point I think we will continue the main progression. I think we'll level up a little bit before we come back to grab some of these for the remaining compasses, even though the skill points would be pretty useful to take the limiter off, even if we did do this on the lower difficulty. Or just a quick run. I think we'll push on though. Yeah, lots left to do. So we'll continue over on this island here. Let's switch things around a bit. We'll want Fry's Pond to the next level. And you know, let's go with that roller again. The roller was fun to play. If slow. And roller, I think, naturally does go pretty well with the speed over here. It works well with either, actually. Yeah, because if you're doing roller and you have a set of splatolites around you to push out as well, that might not be the worst idea. It would be a little short of anything long range, though. That's the only thing. We'll keep it as is. Okay, let's push on. See what's new. Yeah, long charge up time on this one. Also, it is not telling me in the corner what we can collect. Maybe that's only for stages that you've already finished then. Oh. Can't splat the ice. Kind of nice to have a change of environment here, though. So things don't look too samey. And where do we continue? It's going to be more sliding. Roller might not have been the best here for balloon popping purposes, but okay, we can still reach that. Oh, bot got it. Extra crispy fly fish. Scroll. Have to get it. Now we just push right through. Not missing anything else here, I don't think. Let's see. Actually, this looks like something over here. Let's take a look. Oops. Bit slow. But it looks like this is a bot jump moment. In conjunction with maybe... Well, actually, we just used the bot. And there's the compass. And it just loops back down. Yeah, because that can ice up any enemies around it. Anything else here? Nope. Gotta escape this. Oh, wow, got caught. Well, good thing we finally upgraded HP then. Oh, let's not grab that again. Let's see if we missed anything else. I think that might actually be the end now. Just gonna make sure, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad the terrain that you have to play with is getting a bit more elaborate and deliberate in design. And we'll see about that compass level. Not worth much yet, but I'm sure it plugs into something else at some point. Okay. Lots of choices. Looks like we're close. We're at plain and dry, so there's absolutely nothing here. Except walking and swimming, I guess. Let's see what it is. Very strange. Maybe just using stage elements. And traversing completely bare. We sampled nothing. Pure traversal. Essentially get a platforming level. Yeah, it's just a pure platforming level, actually. Pure avoidance. Whoop. Bait them up a bit. This, I guess, teaches you how to use terrain to manipulate pathing. This feels very much like an Octo expansion level in some ways. Oh, don't know how to get to that one on the left. We'll do boost over this side. Like those Octo expansion levels where you just have to dodge. Whoa. Hang on. Bad idea. Have to go back for that one. Sometimes time it so we can bait them over. No. Just two more though, almost done. Now I think we're still 1 point off of the next tier. But then after that we can get back to just pumping damage again. There'll be another tier to unlock after that. Okay, what are we looking at? We've got a lot going on. There's the iceberg over here. Oop. Den over here, that's a 25. With big shots all over the place. We'll see. I wonder if maybe even Charger would be good against that. Roller, probably not. Too much jumping around and we need to stay up in the air, but we'll think about it. We might want to go back to Squelcher for that one, actually. Although a Charger weapon would be tempting for it. Yeah, it would be a lot of jumping around potentially. Might even be a good chance to mess around with a jump bomb. Let's try it out for a moment. Actually, it might be a really good one for the thing I keep wanting to call the Zipcaster, the Flywire. Because you can really smack into them. I think we might actually want to go big man for it. I guess if you sufficiently charge up, then you can... It goes for all the rings that are being made on the ground with impunity. That might be more useful. And yeah, we're staying with Squelcher for it. So this is the big shot den that we're talking about. Let's see it. Yeah. Yeah, just smack them all at once in the middle. Works out quite well. I watched the cooldown on it. Squelcher is quite a good choice for this too, in fact. Stay at range and don't let them radiate. Okay, this is getting a little bit rough. Actually collect some of this stuff. Yeah, let's not take damage at the very end here, though. And that hide is welcome. Okay, let's take a look here. We got a new brush. 25. We might want to play with that. The last brush that we played with was pretty good a couple of levels ago. You've been addicted to this game? Yeah, it's wonderful. We've been having a very smooth time with it. This is just my third day with it, so we're still kind of doing the initial clearance of the map. But going through some of the spicy levels when we can. And playing around with some builds. I think we might want to go with something similar here. Yeah, sure, let's push through this island first. But we'll switch this back to Fry. We're building up the bond. And we'll still stay on the Squelcher for the moment. You're saying it's so nice to see people being positive about a game again nowadays. It feels so rare to see a game anymore, and people just collectively are like, yeah, this is good. I had that experience even just last week, actually. I was playing Dench Attack, the big indie train jumping game. Essentially, we put a ton of time in it last week, and that was another one where I think everybody who deigned to pick it up has just had a wonderful time with it immediately. But yeah, the thing about this game is that, everybody sort of knows what their comfort level is with Splatoon mechanics, and for my money, Splatoon mechanics are just fundamentally good, and so going from Hades Splatoon inside order to Diablo Splatoon over here felt like it was likely to be a winning recipe from the start, and the tactical diversity of everything that you get to do here has been wonderful to mess around with when there's no concern whatsoever for multiplayer balance or anything like that. And thank you for the follow. And yeah, it's been a great year for games. I've been so busy with playing all kinds of things this year, just a vast diversity of genres as well. Actually, it's been an absolute onslaught of new games for me this year, especially in the last few months, say April through July or so. I'm looking forward to it maybe slowing down a bit, to be honest. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. What did I even build into this? We took the... It's a zip. Zip. There we go. Pretty good against the fly fishing pack. I want to use that against stingers later too. Okay, we'll want to keep our eyes open for compasses and pages, which, yeah, no wonder I didn't notice them before, because if it's your first time through the stage, it is not marked in the bottom left. It's only on the repeat visits when the map also tells you what you're missing. Spoonuk Swarm. Speaking of which, zip. There we go. Let's get out of here, though. Okay, let's mine it. Anyway, Fry's ready to go at some point when we want to dump eels on everybody. We'll see when there's an appropriate time for that. In the meantime, let's just head down here and... There we go. Okay, yeah, if your zip just whiffs and doesn't acquire a target within range, then it doesn't get expended, which is good. So Flyliner's been fun to play with. In a brief time that we had it. For the first few sessions of the game, we were mostly focusing on tactical, but since tactical is leveled up, it's been merely a speed day, and that's been pretty interesting to mess around with. Okay. Oh. Let's try to get out of here. Didn't quite do what I was hoping to accomplish, but at least we're still alive. Who's still here? There we go, Drizzler. Again, still need to look out for boxes as an open level. We're expecting some tucked away in various corners. Like up there, maybe. Totally looks like there should be something up there. Let's get up here first. Well, we're getting a little more verticality in these levels as well. This oddly kind of reminds me of the big Freeze Flame Galaxy climb in Mario Galaxy 1. Okay, here's what we're looking for. You even get an observation point up here, which is great. Can scout out a little bit and see if we spot another crate for a compass or something, perhaps. Smaller island than I realized in some ways, but it looks like there might actually be something on the summit. Which means we should keep going. I think that's what this is designed to show you, in fact, that you can, in fact, go even further, and no, that's not anything. But it looks like it should have been. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I think that's just a purely flavor interaction, but very worthwhile. Don't see any other boxes to go for necessarily. But we'll keep playing. That boost on the meteor for falling from a certain height would have been fun here, but I don't have it right now. Yeah, it's a very pretty view. Okay, we should probably dump on everybody before at some point. See what there's fly fish here as well. We're of course going to fill in all of the power eggs as usual before we proceed anywhere. Who's playing here? There we go. That was a bit risky, unnecessarily so. But yeah, I'm really liking the Flyliner against stingers. We've had so much trouble approaching stingers in some maps in this game. Looks like we haven't been up here, given the lack of ink. Oops. There we go. Sparky Swarm. That's very sparky. Let's watch out for that steel eel here. Try to flank the scrapper. And we have been over here, but we'll mess around a bit anyway. I bet I'm missing something like a compass in this level. It's just makes too much sense given its openness to have something else to look for. We have been up here for the climb. Let's wrap around a bit. Yeah, you're saying Flywire works so well on speed tank as well because you traverse so fast. Yep. Makes total sense. Just have so much movement available. It's great. I'm so glad that something like the Zipcaster made a comeback, except you can use it as an offensive weapon now too. This whole trail over here looks like something we hadn't seen. What's all this stuff, for instance? Oh, it just lets you cross. Okay. Nothing that unusual then. Just kind of wondering if we get out of crates to pop. Ass chum. I'm glad we have so many anomalies in this one too. You know what? This is a fry moment. Who still needs to be defeated here? Smoker. Yeah, we'll still get up to that 8K, of course. Let's see if there's anywhere else we haven't really explored. We've been here, of course. Loop around a little differently if we can. In case there's anything to see. I mean, at this point, whether we've explored something or not is at least partially visible by whether we've inked it already. This zone, for instance, looks like it's been largely untouched. And that there's something to drop through over here, which might be important. Well, okay. And there we go, that's exactly what we were looking for. Compass. At minimum, that'll... Oh, yeah, we already got a level up here, but... So yeah, we'll be able to get up to the next limiter release very quickly. Yeah, because just being able to close in on heavily defended positions or enemies that are way in the back line has been one of the challenges throughout, and it feels like we finally have a much better toolkit for it. We'll keep on going, of course, until we get the 8K. More. There we go, smack it. Very satisfying to do that, actually. After all the bomb throwing with salmon run fly fish, the fact that you can now just zip it into them, slam right into their face. Feels like we've been waiting for that moment since 2017. Sweet revenge. Oh, okay. Then we had that one more over there. That's okay. We'll grab this too. Fry's all charged up, but we want to just dump on another cluster, which we may do. And why not? Yeah, this has been a marked step up in the level design. Finally having that mix of open traversal, but also verticality and some of the stronger requirement for the silky smooth platforming that Splatoon is known for. Smack it. Almost. Not exactly as accurate as I was hoping for, but give me something here so I can go around the eel. That should get us over the line. We'll go back to the main objective after that. And where is the main objective? I guess we might just wind up farming one way. There it is. Okay. I hope we got everything, and that we weren't missing a second scroll or something. On top of the scroll crate roller. Oh, hang on. We're not done. Just taking my hands out of the controller for a moment here. Not paying attention. Yeah, and Titus, you were saying you wish you were better with Splatling. I mean, that's just planning your position differently, I guess. Some weapons just take a little bit more lead time in terms of preparing for the threats. I've definitely found in the past, especially back when I played Side Order, that what I'm good at in Splatoon multiplayer, or bad at for that matter, probably has no correlation whatsoever to what I play well in the single player modes. Particularly in a game like this where you have so much build flexibility to take a weapon you might not normally use and make it viable just by adjusting around it and building around its weaknesses. I haven't played with every weapon class here yet. We have a few, and here's the Bonver Fry. We have a few that I haven't really used much of yet. I don't think I've used a Stringer at all, for instance, and maybe we used a Slosher once. Actually, I'm not even sure I've played Splatling yet, but I haven't really looted very many good Splatlings. They're usually outpaced by everything else that I've picked up. Okay, level 2 bond with all three of them at this point. And we'll finally be able to pop the limiter, which means that we'll get the 4th relic up on all builds. And yeah, 068, you feel like Splatana can do anything? I don't think I've picked up a Splatana. We haven't seen one yet. Now, this is interesting because it's telling me that you've got the upgrades enabled here, but there is clearly one last tier of upgrades available. I mean, one last upgrade slot at the very, very end. So something will unlock that eventually, and we'll find out what. Well, there is one last limited release and 20 more levels. 20 more skill points, rather. I wonder if this means we cap at level 50 or something, or if it just keeps going, and who knows what you use your points for that point, at that point, like if they're refunded for something else. I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll figure out what the scaling is like. I mean, past the limited release, there's going to be a lot more to pick up here anyway. It says the limited release is in 20, but obviously we've got a good bit to fill even before that. 3 here, 4 and 4, so there's 11 between those, and then 10 over here. So we have 21 more points to fill before the lock, it seems. So, anyway, we'll of course go back to being a glass cannon again and just building for damage probably, but let's sort out a few more levels first. I could probably stay for a few more today. We have another level to do 3 times coming up. Oh, actually we have the compass here too. Let's see. And this will be a sampler dungeon. Tactical tank plus slosher. Let's see it. Oh, this is with the torch screw. That's great. We haven't had a chance to use it yet. But it surrounds you, and then in the meantime you can slosh. This is a nice quick slosher. Pretty easy on the ink tank too. Let's get some serious air from touching the torch screw's vortex, okay. Oh, okay, and then didn't realize that because the description was just about it shielding you, and then you can actually launch it in the middle like this, but of course you shouldn't launch it that far, I guess. Yeah, so you don't need to launch it all the way. You do need to put it slightly in front, but not on the platform, but not too far off the edge. It's a pretty big area of effect. Oh, it's gonna be too low. No. Yeah. We do need to just catch the edge over here, and yeah, that'll do it. But then you can put it on walls as well. That, oh, come on. Come on. No, let's go back. And yeah, you can get caught just a little under it, which is good. I guess it's encouraging you to ride it and then slosh the rest. Oh, it just sends you back up, I see. But then, why wouldn't you just take these right away? Let's see. Because you need to get all 3 of them at once. Okay. Thought so. Oh, we should have put some ink there so I could actually jump it properly. Not enough height. Actually, should put it right here. Gain tons of height and then slowly float down. There we go. Put it on the wall, I think, and then float up from there. Okay. These have been good levels for teaching mechanics. Oh, missed everything. That's okay. Let's try it again. Nope. Should have gone for that first. No, too slow. Okay, last segment here. Let's... Ooh. A whole ton of the vortex? That works. Yeah, just kind of a nice open combat zone too. Look here for taking these out if you can. And then, yeah, well, the idea was to sustain yourself in the air here so you don't get caught. Big shot, but let's try it again. Oh, I actually did get past that technically, I guess. That eliminates all of them. At this point, it's actually tempting to go for gadget parts first, but no, we've been usually going damage first, so we'll stick with that to keep pace. Since we haven't been able to improve damage in many levels by now. Okay, so there's more to do on either end. And we'll go for the buried ruins first. We want to take it out with all three tanks, so we should actually start with our best one just to scout it out. Also, at this point, we can unlock force slot here as well. Danger effects aren't as critical as they were before, but I'm thinking we might go showstopper for this, but let's figure it out. The damage up is kind of nice as well if you've been sustaining damage and using a lot of ink. Yeah, I actually kind of like the endurance. Let's go with that. Let's see how it goes. I hadn't really had an opportunity to play with it yet, so. And we'll stay with the Squelcher for the time being. It's been very good to us lately. And then, what do we build again? We have... yeah, Bumbloons, as before. We have lots of room on Bumbloons to build in something additional, actually. We should, since we've been stacking currency for it at this point. Let's take a look what the options were. Whoops, I was trying to activate this with the A button. We don't want explosive direct hits. I mean, it's a good option to have, but I think we can do better at... maybe go for the cooldown. And a Scorch. Yeah, since we have the room to build towards it, we might as well. Need a lot more fly fish for this. And we'll get a good spread of diversity in numbers for the cooldown reduction, just so we can keep carefully around it. I don't want to spend that much fly fish yet, unless we very specifically need 4, so. Okay, let's see, because we have lots of points available here. I think that'll probably be good. Unless we want to reduce the connector damage very slightly, actually, in exchange for the cooldown. Yeah, let's go with that. And I think this is something we're pretty happy with here. And the meteor mid as well, I think, is in a good place. What was the latest one that we acquired here? That was developing 10 gadget parts. Anyway, let's play. So yeah, we'll probably clear this one out 3 times and then maybe we'll call it for today from there. That might be a good place to finish. So, let's see it. Oh. We previously found that brush in conjunction with Von Bloom is actually spectacular. Won't see it right at the moment, but we'll keep that in mind for later for sure. And what a slide. A lot of the sub-level design in some ways, despite the rapidly different pace of the game, does feel very Pikmin inspired, like the whole sub-level structure, as well as how the platform mechanics change with the terrain that is introduced as the game goes along. Despite being such a different game, you can see Pikmin 2 and 4 all over this. Anyway, we were maybe not paying enough attention to the timer there. 5 seconds remaining, and we had lots of eggs available for a long time there. Okay, let's go for this guy first. Might as well use Fry's power just to dump on these guys a bit and take them out. We'll get it back. Meter on the special. Keep forgetting that we can manually have the meteor here as well. We haven't really been using it. We haven't really been using balloons very much, despite all the upgrades I put on it just now. Okay, the stinger's being a problem. Let's get it out of here. Plenty of time to spare this time. Okay, let's see who is down below in the sub level. Which variant awaits this time? It barely looks like a Moz, it just looks like a bunch of slop. Okay. But I guess it's underground, so. Oh, man, it's got a big range on it. Let's make sure we don't try to climb up ice. We'll get Fry's power up and running as well, if we can. Oh. Stood too close. Much too close. Let's submerge here to get out of danger, and then whoop. Nope. Once again, just we're in a great position. Let's just swim and recover. We do need to watch the timer here. 30 seconds. Here we go. Okay, that worked out nicely. And surely we get to collect some things that fit into the plate to improve it further. Eventually. That looks kind of toasted. Or stained. Something terrifying at a center. Totally looting that. Well, let's see what's revealed in the map. We'll obviously be redoing this level first. Before anything else. Yeah, this is really starting to fill in. Just a little bit more beyond that to cover before we get to the central tower, it seems. Well, before we do any of that, we're going to continue here. And let's see how we'll build the outer tanks to make that work. Okay, we're dealing with Moz. I think we might actually want to stand Squadron unless we want to play around with Slosher or something. That might be interesting. And we'll do each tank in succession. Maybe speed first because that allows you to have some interesting escapes. And yeah, I think we're staying with Flywire. That's too much fun. I think we'll stick with that. The other gadget cooldown, I don't know how critical it is. I mean, we would use it in conjunction with a jump in case we zip into a bad spot, I guess. And here, let's see if we want to remove 2 points somewhere to have this. I mean, we don't really need the explosive jump as much as we need the damage. I think we'll go with that. And oh yeah, we haven't improved relic powers here yet. Let's do that. Whoops, no, hang on. So yeah, this is on tactical, so we don't get access to it yet, but let's see. Yeah, with Moz, I wonder if we want to change the bot buddy here as well. Just thinking about what we want to do to clear space. You know, it might even be better to go for speed for this one. Just go for this basic universal stuff. And we'll see how we do with the Slosher, because we can flank things and smack them. Smack it. There we go. Very satisfying. Incredibly satisfying. what? Smack it from up here. Because yes, in fact, you can zip to a steel head and take it out that way before it even shoots. Yeah, speed has really come together with some of the gadgets that we've been building into today. Okay, let's zip over that stinger one again. We actually have Big Man up and running, but I think we can... Oh, actually, no, we're a little short of time. I didn't realize we were just short on time. We should have been eggs here quickly, just in time. Yeah, too bad we burnt that at the end, but at least Big Man got me straight to the eggs without too much out of fussing to it. I realized how low we were on time when we were hitting about 11 seconds or so, and then just popped Big Man on instinct to get us out of that bit of trouble. So yeah, I do need to watch out for time sometimes. We probably want to keep our escape available because it is Mars after all. And I do want to be careful. Danger. Nope. Couldn't get out. That's good, as long as we don't lose in time or something. Make sure we get everything else out of the way here. Not doing too much damage to Mars himself, is the concern at the moment. Oh yeah, there's a big follow-up on it, that's why. We need to get into the ink and swim away for a bit. I've not been doing well for time at all, actually, given that I was not doing nearly enough damage. Maybe the slasher is not the best idea here, after all. Or rather... oh, we need to hit a lot harder. Yeah, we're not doing nearly enough. I mean... having a bad time with Big Man in the previous wave definitely affected things there. But this does take the speed tank up quite a ways, and so even if we failed another attempt or two, then it gives us a good shot at having a big power spike from the third one. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Oh, it won't go Slosher. Tended to go roller, but it is a very slow windup. I'm gonna try this roller for a moment to see how much faster it is. It's very fast. It's like a carbon roller. But, of course, it doesn't give you much clearance, unlike the duct roller that we had. That just smacks everything. Maybe we go back to Squelcher or even Julie's. We'll keep it. Because then we get some more consistent damage going. Yeah, because then you can clear from a safer distance. That's the rationale here. And Poison Leaf, welcome. Saying this game has bestowed you some of your most maidenless behavior for a W, for a win, I guess. Yeah. Have to pluck out every advantage you can get with a fight like this. Oh. Let's watch out here. Yeah, bad spot to stand there. Oh, I didn't even see the moss coming in below. That was a mistake, considering how close we were. Let's just zip over here. It's unbelievably satisfying to fly line straight into a stinger. Okay, let's get out. Nope, missed it. Drizzler. Get out. There was a moss there, I didn't even see it. Okay, got a bit crowded. A little bit down in time. Actually, we should just use Big Man. I had him available. Once again, didn't really pay enough attention to the fact that he was available. Gets you out of some danger. Okay, no. Got caught. Too many times. Less successful than the first time, in fact. So maybe we need to rethink. Yeah, because last time we ran a slosher here and that actually went a bit better, but this time we were careless. Oh, that's not even the squelcher I normally use. We like the one that has the freeze effect, even with less damage. The freeze and the scorch. Got enough effect on it that it might be worth leveling up annually at some point to give it a 5 additional levels worth of damage. We haven't really been doing any weapon improvement yet because, of course, just continuing to loot higher level weapons at a steady pace, it didn't seem worthwhile just yet, but we need to do it to get us over the line, then we will. Okay, here we go. The Maws here. Luckily they do go down quickly, since you can't just rely on bombing them the way you do in Silent Run. Oh, didn't even see that. Oh yeah. Don't get caught by a stinger. Let's smoke it. Really should be taking a depth on this wave, but we'll get over here. Now the thing is, the big man is available right away. We should use him right away on the next wave, I think. So we can stack him up again for another round. Swim out of this a little bit. There we go, the level up saved us a little bit here. Almost out of here, let's just get some safety. Okay, didn't lose any lives, and we do have the charge on Big Man once again. Which I think we'll want to use once again immediately. Yeah, I want to have our escape available at all times, just in case. Doing a lot better this time, but not perfect. We can have another round up on Big Man that we got deal. Was it? Maybe a little short in damage-based abilities, but we're almost out of here. Here we go. And then again with the power tank. Okay, and we get to power up the speed tank, which is great. Because then we finally get that third slot on it for further purposes, and then now let's work on the power tank for as long as we need. Oh, so you risk taking more damage in exchange for the bonus. Interesting. And we got more Julies. Julies with a speed buff to them, it seems. And we might as well boost our damage output while we're here. Okay, let's do it once more with power tank. After we powered this one up. And we'll figure out the build for this later, but we'll do power tank first. Now, for this one, do we actually want meteor? Spotlights might not be a bad idea. Not a lot of movement, though. Kind of wonder. We want to go maybe dualies or something. Because that's a +2 for speed. That might actually be pretty good here against stuff like Moz. We might as well play with it. Mess with it a little bit. Haven't played dualies in a while. And I think we keep this. This takes too much of a charge, I think. Let's go with endurance for this one too. And I think we stick with big man. Because some of the zone clearance with that has been pretty useful. Okay, let's finish with power tank. Probably the last thing we'll do today. You think the weapon type you've enjoyed the most that you wanted to play in 3 multiplayer is the bows? Yeah, I haven't used the stringer at all in this game yet. We've only looted one stringer that was fairly low level. So we haven't had much of an opportunity to show it off. Okay, let's get slider lights up. Let's not forget to have it on cooldown. There's some space, even get a freezing effect on it, which is great. Oh, Mars. Lots of time remaining. Good damage output. Okay, again, I think we'll start up with big man on this level. Just to get him going immediately. Just to get out of some of the issues that are otherwise going to be prevalent here. Oop. I think we had the emergency move there. Just remember to get splatter lights up. Might be good against Moz actually if you just stand slightly out of the circle and just have splatter lights going. That was a bit dangerous jumping above Moz like that. Okay. Pretty smooth. we have Big Man up and running? If we do, we'll use him right away as before. Just to clear some stuff. The Julie's dodge roll is actually pretty good in this kind of situation as well, I think. Oh, nope. Got a little caught there. Slip down again. Good dodge roll to the rescue. Except I'm losing a little too much ink on it. Oh, we're out of time. We're out of time. Didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't realize how tight we were on time. It's okay. That can be optimized. Maybe it makes more sense to go splash it or something. Just to have a bit more clearance. Or maybe we just go back to something, our DPS. Back to the Squelcher for all the damage effects, perhaps. I do like the speed that we got off the Dualies, though. That was relatively effective. Maybe more effective uptime on a Splatolite. We'll stay with this, although I am considering maybe going Splash it. But we just didn't get that down fast enough. I mean, the first two waves went so well. Went really well. Let's make sure we get Splatolites up on cooldown. That's something I've not been that disappointed about. Yeah, jumping above the Maws again. Maybe riskier than we should be doing. Drizzling going on here. Okay, lots of time remaining. Oh, let's not stand in enemy drizzling while we're waiting to go to the next level, though. That was really disastrous. Okay, let's watch the time this time. We've been pretty good with damage output so far, but this needs a bit of work. Maybe we don't use Big Man right away. We'll get Moz to come a little closer first so we can get on the boss directly. Okay. Get all the little Moz out of the way as well. That was... Okay, that's a lot more effective, actually. A lot more effective. Look at how fast he's going down this time. Really fast, look at that. So much time available. Okay, that worked. Yeah, this Squelcher has been a wonder. We should just level it. Maybe. That's pretty good, actually, if you're playing up close with something like Ink Brush or something else. Yep, but we'll worry about builds next time. I think, again, this is probably all we have time for today, and we'll come back as often as possible. I've been trying to get back onto Splatoon Raiders pretty much every day because we've been having tons of fun with it. No new reward tiers there, though. So yeah, that worked out nicely. And then it's pretty clear where we have to push at this point. We have 3 islands to clear, actually. This den as well. And I think next time we can probably make a pretty reasonable push to get over to Big Man's respective boss. And we'll see how much there is to do from there. So steady progress today, I think. With lots of doubling back, of course, occasionally to get a few more skill points off of the various compasses and fill out some of the scrolls now that we actually know how to look for them on this screen here. Oh, and actually over here we did miss a second scroll earlier. I was thinking that we might have missed something, but that'll be worth another look when we unlock the spicy mode for that as well. And so we'll see what is within our reach to push against as we progress even further in the Spiral Light Islands. Pretty happy with today's session, though. And we'll have lots more reconfiguration ahead. Look at that, we actually got another 4-star olive oil squelcher with different effects. This one with frozen and speed. This one with fermented and scorched. Yeah, the fermented effect actually was pretty impactful there in terms of burning everything down really quickly. But I think we're keeping both of these. The sculptures have just been wonderful. And at some point we should actually see about what we can do. We haven't done a single weapon upgrade yet in the game, but I kind of wonder. Yeah, it does level up the damage somewhat. In fact, you can pump it all the way up and it shows you how much, and it's purely with Spiral Light, actually. So it's affordable in the sense that you don't need to worry about materials. We'll make those decisions next time. I might actually do that. But again, we're still looting at a decent pace, so we'll stay here for the time being. And yeah, Titus, thank you once again for coming by, and you have a great time with this game as well. And and happy to see you here and talk some Splatoon. Anyway, that is where we're going to finish today with our level 3 hideout. Next time, I guess I should remember to buy the remaining arcade game as well, since we now have a bigger buffer of resources. But this is how we'll finish. So, thank you once again for coming by. And until we meet again, a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be splatting. And as always, fare thee well.